That's interesting. Yeah, that's just going to keep falling off. Look at that. This thing's junk. Come on, spring. Come on, spring, I need you. Come on, Bruce. It's the spring speen. He's still there. I don't care if this carburetor breaks, 'cause it's a piece of Chinese junk. But I need this spring, because I had to scavenge a spring for a similar situation. If you remember from, oh, what was that video? Oh yeah, this one up here. Yeah. That one, I had to scavenge a spring for that carburetor because it was missing. And yet, for some weird reason, that darn mower was somehow managing to run. Right, so this just doesn't want to come off. Part of it's melted in. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the spring's just a little bit out of shape. That's not too bad. And I dropped it. I hope I didn't lose it. That would be bad. And there it goes again. It was weird. It actually had, like, it partially had melted into the plastic. It's terrible. It's not in the best of shape. Oh, buggers. I just wanted to see if this thing would just start and run. And I'm looking in that bowl. It's disgusting. So I'll spray that out too. Come here, screws. Gross. Get some cotton swabs to clean it out. This is disgusting. I think there's weird critters living in here. Yeah. Figure I might as well clean it. It's already open. I know, I should have probably emptied it first. Where's the fun in that? Ethanol jelly to the rescue. Oh no, was it like what? Jelly bears? Clogging here and there and everywhere. Yeah, they're the jelly bears. Made from ethanol. Mmm, tasty.
Hey, look at that, guys. Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments, and I try to reply to as many of them as I can, especially the early ones. Alright, guys.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm, you know, that's why I'm on YouTube. You know, my singing career didn't take off. I tried. You heard. I could have been a contender. I mean it. I could have. So that's looking about as best as I'm going to be able to get it right now, but that's okay. Let's get this diaphragm and gasket on. So diaphragm upside down. Now we'll put it on properly. And we'll get the new gasket on. Get this back together now. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, we still got that one. So on this goes. Well, we'll keep that for spare. That could have been also a problem with this. It doesn't matter. A Chinese carb wasn't priming anyway. Half-inch back in. Just gonna tighten it down a little bit. Then 7/16. Yeah, we didn't lose too much. Right. Before we deal with this stupidity, let's make sure it runs, which it should. This is craziness. Okay, so switch is on. Give it a couple primes. Got to fill the bowl first. 1. Oh, there we go. There was a good prime. 2, 3. Okay. 3 primes. Well, it's not that many. I usually do a lot more. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. Spark plug wire is on. Very, very red. Well, it's running a little rich. I mean, it runs, but it's running a little rich. So that's a problem with the carburetor. Not a big deal. I'll just get another one, pop it on. I have like a bunch of these right now. And the next steps are, let's fix this wiring atrocity and get an engine brake on there. But it's running. I mean, if you want to call it that. Let's try starting it again. Right, not used to that. That's a low idle. Look at that. How is it idling that low?
That's amazing. Rattling like hell, though. Yeah. Gonna have to do something about that main jet because it's pulling in way too much fuel. Right. Step 2. Let's do it. Let's just change the carburetor. Right, so the next thing that it could be is, since I accidentally deformed the spring, maybe that's the problem. Who knows? But I don't think that's the issue. I just don't feel that that was the issue. I think it's just something to do with the jetting. Oh, it's got a better spring. So if this fixes the problem, then it was probably the jetting. I don't like that. That's got something in it. Hopefully this changes everything and problem solved. Then we can work on this problem. But I want to get these stickers off and then sand this down and repaint it so it looks a lot better. Go on.
aerodynamic mode, I guess. At least there's an air filter. So there's that. At least there's an air filter. Okay. Let's try it like this. Keep an eye on that tap. Oh. Duh. That's a good speed for this mower. Okay, so next, pop off that top and let's have a peek and start fixing this monstrosity of wiring. The birds are angry. So let's, I guess next is we're going to pop the top, fix this stupid wiring, and let's take a look at that engine brake system. Weird what's going on. But the engine runs great. Put the air cleaner off. This wasn't too bad an idea, but it would have been much better. Well, maybe that's what they tried to do. And kind of screwed up and they figured, oh, we'll just stick it in here. Why not? What's the harm that could happen? Yeah, you don't want to have yet another source for water intrusion on top. Like, this one's bad enough, but this literally could just simply, that's a big hole. I'll give it to them. It was an ingenious design. Ooh, that's a hot one. Oh boy. Well, at least they knew. Of course. Know if I can, if I have the tools to open that. Anyway, kind of neat. I'm going to see if I can clean this up and paint it. I think it'd be kind of neat. So that's a 1/4 inch. That's 7 mil. Okay, 1/4 inch. Okay, so 1/4 inch. Yeah, I don't have tools, I don't think. This is just some threads, right? I don't have the tool to take that off. Crapola. That's okay. I'll take care of this. Make it look nicer. And hardware as well. Why not? I'll blast this off. Make it look nice and clean. Take this, plug the holes, we'll give it a good pressure washing. Take that off. Let's see. That goes to the coil and around. Ah, this might be why. Wow, look at that. That's rubbing. Let's fix that. Since we're here, I might as well. Ow. Oh, I should take that off. This could just start randomly. That is so good. Look how much better that is. I can actually pull that no problem. I'm sure now. Maybe not. This thing's pretty nasty inside. So I'm gonna have to take care of that when we paint it. That's okay. This is running great now. This actually is a new filter, and it's the same filters that I use. That is hilarious. So I guess that's what came with the carburetor, not this carburetor. The carburetor. Oh wow, what a mess! That carburetor is disgusting. So we're gonna clean this all up. I'm gonna grab the pressure washer, and we're gonna blast the living heck out of this thing and make it look really nice. And this way, when we put it all back together, it's gonna look really nice, really nice. So let me just prep everything and get it ready for painting, and then I'll actually hold on a sec. Let me show you what I want to replace this with. So I have this plastic one, and yeah, sure, we're gonna have to take care of this guy, of course. But like, look at that. That's gonna look fantastic. I mean, yeah, I can repaint this, but it's still gonna have a gaping hole. Yeah, of the three, the plastic. Okay, it's kind of cheap, so I'm not like gonna use this guy. It looks great. Don't worry, we'll make this look spiffy. And this is still fine, so no problem with this front. Yeah, like that. See? Doesn't that looks good, right? I think that's pretty good. Tell me guys, doesn't that look? Comment below, do you like that? Or that? I'm not a, yeah. forget that. So ridiculous. No, that one's junk. Yeah, this is gonna look good. I think this is gonna look good. When we get that all painted up, it'll look fantastic. But yeah, this will look good. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. So I'm just getting things all ready for painting. There's the new brake. Well, replacement brake. There's the pull recoil. I've got the inside primed because it was pretty. It'll be nice and clean and should help spruce up that engine just a little bit. All right, I'll see you as soon as I'm ready to paint that thing. Okay, so I'm not a bodyman by any stretch of the word. So, I mean, I do have an idea on how to use spray paint. I have done a fair amount of spray painting, but it's an engine for a lawnmower. So, honestly, I figure if it looks good, that's all that matters. It looks like I'm running low on primer. Oh well. Let's get it started. I guess that's it for that can. I'll keep the cap out. And that went right into the garbage bin. 100% did not miss. Did not miss. I should be in the end. Yeah, it's right on its last legs. There we go. And that can's empty. Certainly is now. So I'll keep that capped. And let's see. And that totally went into right in the garbage. Perfect. I'm such a pro star. Yeah, totally missed as well. So there we've got the lid primed, and just so you have it, but that's the bottom of the air filter housing. And the new spring, well, the spring for the, oh, what's that thing called? The engine brake. Is the engine brake all still tacky? Yeah, it's still a little tacky. So we'll let that engine brake still dry. We'll let this dry up for another 30 minutes or so, and then I'll hit it with the shiny black, nice enamel colored black instead of flat. This here, it's an engine paint. It's also oil and gasoline resistant. I'm not so sure about that black enamel. If it is, pretty sure it's at least a little oil resistant. I don't know about gasoline. It's tough to be gasoline resistant. And I see a Varsher back there. That's supposed to be black. Yeah, see, it's supposed to be a black washer, and now it's primer white or primer gray. Oops. Yeah, it's for another mower. I'll hang it up for now. I'll hit it with the black shiny after. Oh, right. The last part is the mesh. It's actually a green color. I think it's going to look sharp. And the interesting thing about that green color, it's actually a Volkswagen color from the late 90s. I can't remember the exact color that it was called, but the green is something that you'd find on the Jettas and the Golfs. It's a really, really nice green. In case anybody remembers those old Golfs and Jettas, that's the green. This is actually a belt bracket for the underside of a mulch and mow mower. That one up there, remember that one? The yard works that won't, or well, it's a mulch and mow that won't mulch and mow. Yeah, that one up there, I now have a proper engine for it. Getting rid of the Tecumseh, if you haven't seen the video, go watch it after this one. Or you can pause this one, watch that one, then come back to this one so I get the double views. Actually do that. Pause this one, open that one, then come back and rewatch this one again. I get 2 views, and hey, why not? So as soon as this is all done tacking up, we'll be right back. See you shortly. Right, so it's been a bit, and I know it's been a bit because I was watching Aaron on the Tractor Fella channel. Hey Aaron, how's it going, buddy? If you haven't seen his channel, do check it out. Pretty good. I'll link it down below. So yeah, let's get back to this and giving it a shiny coat. The good thing is, the serial number at the front, I hope it makes it easier to read. Because before it was terrible. Of all the rust and everything that was showing through, it was really hard to read. This stuff has great coverage. I don't know, some Rust-Oleum paint. Right, that's all done. I guess I'll let it sit for a little bit. Okay, so we'll let it sit for a little bit, let it dry up, and I'll see about giving it a second coat. And then once it's all dry, we'll get it back on the mower. This decal, unfortunately, it completely fell apart. That one came out really good, actually. That one came out really good. I was very happy with how that decal came out. It came right off. I am going to have to, of course, add a new adhesive. I have a different round Briggs & Stratton sticker that I want to stick on there. Hopefully it'll fit. If not, then I won't use it. We'll just leave it blank. We'll get the original back on there. All right, guys. When that's all dry and ready to go, we'll get it back on the mower. All right, I'll see you soon. Okay, and we're back. And it's painted, and as you can see, I added some color. And there's the cover for the air filter put on. A little bit of added color. A little bit more added color. And gave the rear chute a little bit of a better covering. But I did find some perforations. How much I can do about that, unfortunately. But aside from that, I think it came out looking pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Oh, and I did clean the underside as well. I can already hear the question. Well, it looks good. Does it run? No. Hold on. Let's just set this wheel so it's actually level now. Let's see. And I put a new spark plug in. Might as well add a new spark plug, considering how good it looks. And it's a Champion RJ19 LS. Let's see it. Let me start. Good. Let's give it an oil change. Might as well, nice and hot. Okay, loud noise is imminent. Alright, so this Briggs engine takes 500 milliliters of engine oil, or this much in Freedom unit. Let's measure out 500 milliliters of the good stuff. And we'll slowly pour it in and try not to make a mess. And we'll make a mess. But it's not so bad. It's only a little one. It's really hard to tell, so I did my best. Looks like we are full. Perfect. That means it's time to cut some lawn. We're going to mess up the nice paint job, aren't we? Alright, well let's go set up and cut a little bit of grass. Okay, so the fresh oil, let's fire it up, see how it cuts the lawn. So notice it started to get a little bit smoky there at the end. Wonder what that was about. Just gotta oil the filter again. Make sure it's nice and clean. Other than that, yeah, it seems to be running okay. Maybe running a little bit fast. I'll set the RPM a little bit lower just by extending that spring a little bit more. But aside from that, yeah, we're good. It's not bad, hey guys? Another mower saved. Another mower saved, and honestly cleaned up pretty good. I know, I gotta put the sticker back. So, let me go grab that sticker and give me a minute. Just has to hold long enough to and there we go, now it looks complete. So those two stickers really do complement each other. Not bad. Not bad at all. And it really did clean up nice. Paint job came out great. At least I think so. Added a little bit of much needed life back into this unit. Hey, how you doing? Not bad, man, not bad. Got rid of that crappy aftermarket carb, fix the on-off switch, and reoriented this. She's off to get him. New spark plug, and oh yes, I didn't show you this part. Look, added color. It's the same color as the screw, the screen, and the spring. Really, really nice green. There we go, guys. Another mower saved from the scrapyard. Alright, well, spark plug off for safety. Hey guys, we have this. It's a Yardworks 21-inch cut lawnmower, powered by a Briggs & Stratton 625 series engine, 150 cc, 6.25 foot-pounds of torque. Multiple things are issues with it, apparently. If you remember my short, I went over them, but we'll go over them quickly. For one, definitely going to need new handle nuts. Good thing I've got some. I really have no idea. Air filter, let's have a quick peek at this thing. What air filter? Because you don't need an air filter. Why would you need an air filter? They don't do anything. I mean, just let the engine suck in fresh, cold air. It'll run better and more efficiently. But, yeah, whatever crap is here is just going to get sucked right into the engine. Why do people do this? Replace the air filter. It's not that hard and it's not that expensive. I mean, most people these days do have an Amazon account, so not hard to get a hold of. Fuel, well, let's take a look. Yeah, there's fuel in there, and it smells kind of stale, but not too bad. I mean, it should start this engine overall. Oil-wise, well, I don't really want to pull that out right now, but they were complaining, previous owners, that the oil kept disappearing and they kept having to fill it up. Yeah, why would you fill it all the way up the tube? Of course, it's going to go somewhere when you start it. It gets all blown out the exhaust. When I originally got this machine, I did try it out to see if it would start. Might as well have been a fog machine, the amount of smoke that came out of that exhaust. It was pretty bad, but I think I found out where all the oil kept. Now, I've had this for a bit. I've had this since last season. They traded it in for a different model, different machine, which was smaller, lighter, and easier to push around. I mean, this thing is fairly weighty. But one thing I do like about it, the one up and down lever. It's kind of cool. I mean, we did have that Briggs & Stratton, what was it, a Yard King up here. It also had the one up and one down, and it had a battery start and self-drive. But this isn't too bad a little push mower. Once we get it going, we should be able to get it going. It'll run. Don't worry. It will run. I think it should. Maybe. We'll see. We'll get to that hurdle when we get to that hurdle. But yeah, so let's crack this thing running. But looks like I'm going to have to order a filter because I haven't had to order those filters yet. Because, well, simply put, I haven't had to order those filters yet. Looks like I got to put an order in for a filter. It's not a big. All right, guys, let's crack into it. Alright, so let's get started taking this apart. Kind of shifted to using metric for their fastening devices. Now, I'm not 100% sure if Briggs & Stratton has gone entirely metric, but because this is more of a Japanese, but I know that 8 5/16 will work.
You sure about that?
But before we get started taking these bolts off, I do want to cut these bloody handles off because this is just ridiculous. Let's cut these handles off, or at least cut the bolts that are, or these fastening things. Like I don't get this. Like that's. There we go. First one's done. Now to get the second side done. There we go. Side number 2. Perfect. What a disaster that was. Alright, handlebars. Now I can move you off to the side and you can get out of the way. I've been wanting to do that ever since I got this mower in here, but it's been put on hold for so long, and now I'm finally getting around to it. I have filters on their way, but I would like to clean this all out. Alright, so now that that's out of the way, let's get this off. Okay, Steve, just for you, I'm going to use a number 8. Just to drive you nuts. No, I'm just joking. I'm not going to. Alright, so my little speech about this being 5/16 or 8 mil, completely wrong. Completely wrong. It's actually 7 mil or 9/32. And that one is an 8 mil. So here's a 5/16. Fits just fine. So I'll even use a 5/16. This just doesn't seem right. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe this is going into plastic, but this seems weird that I've got 2 different size screws. And that one's going into metal, obviously. Feels like there's still one missing. There it is. I see it. Over here, one. So let's get the carburetor out. Why for you not want to come out? Do you not want out? I don't blame you for not wanting out. But come on. You gotta come out. There we go. Alright, let's get the shroud off so I can get the linkages out. More 8mm or 5/16. Let's get the fuel tank out of the way. Come on, fuel tank, let's go. This will also allow me to lower it and hopefully drain some of the fuel out of the fuel line before I take it out. So there. I don't want to come off! Well, you gotta come off. I don't want to. Well, off the fuel clamp. And then remove the fuel line. Okay, no movement out of it. So let's get the angle nose pick under there. Try to break the adhesion. Let's see if we can use the needle nose to work its way off. Yeah, looks like no problem. There we go. That's off. Excellent. Hopefully we didn't lose any of the fuel. We can find out if there's water in it. So move this off up here, and I will take the fuel tank and yes, let's drain the fuel out. Alright, let's just drain it out into this chemical bottle. think that's all of it. Evaporate, because we got fuel that we can test her out with. Fuel actually looks pretty good in there. So I'm not too worried about the system. Maybe just like ethanol gummies, possibly.
Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments, and I try to reply to as many of them as I can, especially the early ones. Alright guys, back to the video.
Alright, let's get this carburetor apart. Two bottom nuts. Look like they are 7 mil or 9/32. This it all depends on how you want to look at it. When replacing them, you don't want to be Hercules. You don't want to rip them in because it's just plastic. My little pry driver here. Just doesn't want to come apart. That's not very nice. Why for you not want to come apart? How rude. Just doesn't want to come apart. That's wild. There we go. Got it that time. And a little bit of gentle persuasion. It is plastic. I don't want to go too hard. And apart kind of a water line in here at all. That's a good sign. But then again, it's been in my garage this entire time. So I don't expect there to be a water line, but you never know. You never know. I don't see jellies in there. So I don't even know whether we should even bother cleaning this. Because, I mean, honestly, still good. But I guess we've got it apart. We might as well give it a little bit of a cleaning. Okay, there's the float bowl. I'll put it in the bowl. I guess it's the bowl float. That's the needle. Needle looks good. Put that back in there. And the pin. I'll put that in there. So next is the main jet and emulsion tube. See if I can pick that out. Be careful.
There we go. It's coming out now. Oop, there goes a little bit of gasoline. Next, we take this part off. Very gently. So we don't want to break anything. I wonder why it just doesn't want to come apart for me. Just lucky that way, I guess. There we go. Through my usual solution for cleaning, because it uses some carb cleaner in there and it'll shrink the rubber gaskets. So I don't want that. So I'm going to have to put it in as it is into regular cleaner. But yeah, looks pretty good. I guess I'll might as well just dump out the gasoline. Get that there. But as you can see, yeah, there's no water, just dirt now. But yeah, no water in there, so all good. All right, I'm gonna put this all in the ultrasonic, and I'll be back shortly. All right, see you guys soon. Everything came out looking really good, but we didn't expect any different. Took the gaskets off just so everything dries properly. Get all the rubber gaskets back on. All right, we'll reassemble the jet. There we go. It's reassembled. This side does this way. Oh, springtime is doing me wonders. The pollen is making my nose run. I love it. Such a wonderful feeling. Okay, so let's get the needle on. Drop the pin, the needle and the float in. And we'll slide in the pin. Now I know you can slide the pin in as well. And it looks like I might have to do that. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. That's unfortunate. Interesting the way they've designed it. Kind of hoping you had a choice. You could go either way. But I guess
not. I guess this is very binary. It's one way. It's not non-binary, so you can't go either way. It's not gender neutral. There we go. Let's make sure it works. Just blowing through it, lifting it up, lets the air through, letting it close, and the air stops. Right. So this goes facing out, and the drain is over this way. There we go. That way when the engines, or when it's on the engine like this, you can drain the fuel easily out of the bowl for winter storage. There. Squish this together. Maybe. No, doesn't want to go together. Why for it not want to go together? Maybe it goes the other way. Aha, did it that. Aha, did it that time. There we go. All right, go back to the 732 or 932 or 7mm. Just snug it by hand. Do not use an impact when putting these. Do not use an impact when putting these together. There we go. That's all together. Throttle. Said that they filled this thing up all the way up the tube with oil. I wasn't kidding. Like, look at that. That's insane. That's why they were complaining. Oh, the oil keeps disappearing. It keeps disappearing. Yeah, I wonder why. That's insane. Talk about a waste of oil. But at least it's better than how most of these come in with not enough oil. Okay, so let's get the siphon line down inside. There we go. And start sucking. Boy, that took a long time. A lot of oil. That was kind of ridiculous. But at least I know it was well lubricated. Well, over lubricated, because that would likely have caused cavitation, which would cause air pockets, but I'm not quite sure it's as much of a problem on this engine, this type of engine. Probably pushed a lot of oil into the valves, which of course in turn would push a lot of oil into the cylinder and into the exhaust, and this thing must have been a heck of a mosquito killer. All right, so one of the things I'm definitely going to have to do then, I'm going to have to pull the plug, check it out, and decarbonize it, I guess. And then we'll also check the valves, because I do see a little bit of a dent on the valve cover. So I would like to check the valves to make sure that the latch is correct as well. As for the rope's starting to feel a little. The Briggs 625 EX series engine takes 500 milliliters of engine oil or 17 fluid ounces. So let's get the oil in. Now we're going to fill this up to 500. There we go, 500 milliliters. Let's pour that back in the engine. Perfect. Yeah, we're full. We're definitely full of oil. Perfect. Clean up this little bit of a mess. Okay, next thing. Spark plug. Let's pop that spark plug out. Get that spark plug off. Looks like 5/8. Well, it's pretty wet and doesn't look like it has much of a spark plug.
He's just smoking all that oil off. The stinky one. Oof. Don't breathe that. Oof, does it stink. Good grief. Okay, let me just quickly brush that off. Now to just double check the gap. There we go. Perfect. Much better gap. Two finger spark plug torque. That's it. As much as you can push with two fingers. I can't push anymore. So that's it. That's properly on. Okay, now let me just get set up to do the valves. And then we can get the cover on, get the carburetor on, get it outside, and see what it can do.
All right, let's get this valve cover off. That looks like 8 mil or 5/16. Let me pop that spark plug out again. That way I can easily rotate it over to top dead center without having to fight with compression. Just watching the valve action. And the exhaust valve is all the way down. I'm going to just see if that is top dead center. Okay, so there's the top of the stroke right there. Both valves are tight. Rotate it around all the way. Here comes the piston again. All the way up. Okay, so that is now top dead center, at least slightly past. So let's check the lash on these. It should be between 4 and 6 on the brake and 5 to 7 on the exhaust. So we'll start at 6 on the intake. So that's this one down here. That is a lot of oil coming out. Yeah, good drag on the intake. Let's try 6 on the exhaust. Not bad. All right, so let's try 7. We shouldn't be able to get 8 in. No. So the intake's fine. The exhaust is just a little bit loose. Is 7 mil? Is it 7 mil for the jam nut? Or the adjuster nut? No, it's not. It's 8 mil for the adjuster. So we'll just try tightening it. Just a little bit. See if that makes the difference. Now we'll try 7. Good drag on 7. And then try 8 again. It sort of fits. Just try it, tightening it just a little bit more. Seven fits very well. We'll go back up to 8. 9 no longer fits, so that's a good sign. Around till 1's open, and we'll check it and we'll try the 7. 7's really tight. Okay, so intake's good. Let's roll it around a bit more. There we go. Intake's now open. The exhaust is closed. Try 7. 7's okay. We'll go back up to 9. 9 doesn't fit. 8. 8's really hard to get through. So, looks like we've got the intake and the exhaust now set. Put the cover on. That amount of oil is a little concerning. Don't tighten them down until you've got all three in. This little dent's not affecting the travel of the valves, so no need to bang it out a little bit. No need. It's fine. Just a minor little blemish. And then these get tightened down to about 75 to 80 inch-pounds. There. Now let's get the carburetor. Under the choke arm. Don't need it to hang up the choke arm at all. Now let's get this carburetor attached. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to quickly blow this machine off. Clear up these screws. Don't want to lose them. Use the vacuum. Quickly suck up all the big stuff, and then blast it out with the air gun. Right. So next, using a 1/4 inch driver, we're just going to reset the gap on this coil. So we release these 1/4 inch. Yes, this is actually a 1/4 inch. It's not 6 mil. It's a 1/4 inch. Move it back. Just snug it. Don't have to tighten it yet. We're just going to snug it down. Then we're going to take a business card. Then we're going to release it. There. You see it snap back? Now the gap is set. You just have to tighten it down. Right, so carburetor time. Okay, so we'll get the throttle linkage on first. Just goes right here. Throttle linkage. Then we'll get the choke linkage on. And excuse me, air intake or PCV hose. This should slide on. Yep, it does. Okay, choke is working. Throttle is working. Okay, get the fuel tank on. Go. Come on, fuel line, cooperate. There we go. I've got the fuel line on. Now to just so we'll get the 2 5/16 on first, or 8mm. I know one way 100% that I could settle it, whether this is a metric construction or an SAE. 3/8 will not fit 10mm. Lo and behold, I have a 3/8 and a 10mm. There's the head bolts. So if I take the 10mm, goes on perfect, no problem at all. And now I take the 3/8, does not fit, not at all. Give you benefit of the doubt. Nothing, it doesn't fit. Ten millimeter does, no problem. This unit, other than for the coil, is metric. So this one, 8mm, 8mm, 7mm, 10mm. It is what it is. This one's constructed using metric fasteners. Other than the coil, that one is 100% quarter inch. It's not 6mm. That one's quarter inch. Let's get those two 7mm on.
Right, so short of the handlebars and a quick little power wash, I think it's about ready for testing. Let's
get it outside. We're outside, ready for testing. Let me just grab it off. That looks so much better. Right, let me just move it a little bit. There, something like this. A little bit. There, something like this. Okay, here goes. Mmm. Let me try some helper sauce. Spark plug wire wasn't all the way on. I just felt it click. Let's try it one more time. There we go. I'm just gonna let it smoke for a bit. Well, that one smoked away. I want to show you something else. So I picked this one up not that long ago. There's going to be another video on this one because this has a pretty badly bent crank. So what I want to do is I want to change the engine, first engine that I would like to use to try to repair the crank on this. So might be something for the future. Might be something in the future. Why not? But other than that, this silly one works really well. Just vibrates like crazy because of the bent crank. Anyway, let's get back to the other mower. Still smoking a little bit. Not as bad as when it first started. Some of that oil cook off. All right.
Try this again. Got the bail tied off. I'll turn it back on, and we'll see how the engine's running. But right now, it doesn't look like there's too much smoke. Nope, it's running perfect. Running absolutely perfect. Good. Let me get a little bit of hardware for these back bolts. That way it holds the arm on. Okay, so let's lower this down, and I guess we'll give it a test. At least a short one anyway. Alright, I'm over on the grass, but I gotta be quick. One of my cameras is about to die. So let's get this thing started. Alright, let's do it. Unfortunately, the other camera did die. Hopefully I got some footage from it. But not bad, eh guys? Had this one for a while. Cleaned up really nice, but what a mess it was. What an absolute mess it was. Just gonna give it a power wash. Get it all nice and clean. Take some photos. Wait for the kid to get home. That way him and I
I do have the collection bag for it too. So there is that. The plastic really shined up nice with the heat. Came out really, really nice and clean. Very happy with how this came out. Very happy indeed. Oil level perfect. Okay. One more start, just to make sure it doesn't cloud up. Not a bad little mower. And yes, I did sharpen and balance the blade as well. That thing was a mess. I should have gotten that on camera as well. Wow, what a disaster that was. Alright guys, see you in the next one. You know, it's not a bad looking little mower. I know these Briggs engines, the carburetor is not the greatest on them. Those plastic carbs. But I mean, this one's working this engine perfect. Absolutely perfect. Seems fairly fuel efficient too. Hey, killer. Anyway, guys, as usual, spark plug off for safety. Just don't want to burn myself. Hey guys, so today we have this. It's just a simple engine teardown of an old Tecumseh engine, almost all the parts from. Might as well break it down, considering this one has a bent crankshaft, using it as a spare engine. But I'd like to get it stripped down for parts and keep what's salvageable and scrap what is left. Alright guys, let's crack into it. Okay, so first things first, let's get the muffler pulled. 16 moves it. Oh dear, oil dripping out of the exhaust. But that's likely because there's still oil in the sump, and this has been on it a bit. 5/16, and let's remove the valve cover. And the valves look good. The valves look good. Alright, now let's get this head cracked open. That was violent. That one too is violent. Now I'll just quickly zip them out. Crack the head. Half horse. I have another engine, actually, a lawnmower that I was rebuilding sitting on my bench, and it has 0 valve clearance on the exhaust, and it just so happens to be also a 3.5 horse. Worst case scenario, I have a couple of valves that might work. If the exhaust valve, if this one will have better clearance, who knows, maybe this one isn't as worn down, so it might have better clearance overall than the other one. Or if I just so happen that I accidentally grind that other one down a little too much, I have a backup. Next, let's get this engine brake off, and well, it's actually the flywheel brake and bracket and everything, so we'll get 2 3/8 to take this off. There we go. This is the exhaust valve. What am I talking about? Yeah. So the first one was the exhaust valve, now we're getting the intake. Keep forgetting, the small one's the exhaust, the big one's the intake. And they keep getting them backwards in here, but yeah. There, oh, that was easy. The intake valve's not bad at all. Very clean. Still, you can see the line from where it's made the seal with its seat. Spring, keeper. And there's the 2 tappet valves, or I should say the two tappet. Lots of carbon buildup in the exhaust, but that's to be expected. Right, so next, let's get that sump off. All right, to get the sump off, I believe should be 6 3/8 bolts. All right, so now we'll take it out of the vise so we can press the sump off it. All right, so let's get this mounted on the crankshaft. Not worried, it's bent anyway. All right, 3/4 socket. Let's start cranking this off. Here it comes. See if I can't speed up this process a little. You love taps. Oh shucks, it broke the sump a little bit there. Boo-hoo, must have had it in a bad spot. That's my fault, not a big deal. Not after saving the sump. There we go. Good. Now we can get the rest of it apart. There's the oil slinger. Oh well, not a big deal. I wasn't worried about the sump. There's parts of the oil slinger and oil pump. Pin goes inside. And it rides up and down. And intake tappet. And that's another part of the oil pin, or the oil pump. Gasket material. There's the exhaust tappet. And the intake. Right, now let's get this piston out. And we'll get the crankshaft out as well. So it looks like a 1/4 inch. Okay, so I believe it's 1/4 inch. Yes, it is. It's 1/4 inch. Here. Oh, that could have hurt. Hit it just on the inside of that, but that's pretty jagged. That could have really hurt. Give it a couple taps down. I don't feel like hurting my hand. I think that the crankshaft got bent. And the crankshaft. Yeah, its joint looks pretty good at too. Really is too bad that it's bent. It really is too bad that this thing got bent. Oh well. To the trash heap this one goes. Let's get this piston out. Now the rings are all still good. No cracks. I'm not seeing any kind of significant skirt wear. Journal's good on the connecting rod. Yeah, this was a decent running mower. Some spots with some significant wear. Some scoring. But aside from that, it's in really good condition. So this case could be reused. Definitely could reuse this case. That wouldn't be too bad. It wouldn't be too bad at all. So let's see what we got. We got some usable parts. Some probably not so usable parts. And at least one definitely 100% non-usable part. But yeah, I wasn't really worried about the sump. I don't find a lot of time that the sump goes bad. It's either a hole in the block or something wrong with the crankshaft. Or the connecting rod. A couple of valves, those might come in handy. Another head, just in case one gets pulverized from who knows what, maybe a dropped valve. Wouldn't be too bad to have another head. Piston's always good, especially a connecting rod. It is a Tecumseh engine after all. 2 valves, yeah, I think that they could become very useful. Not sure about the engine brake, but I know that the blade adapter will. Alright guys, thanks for tuning in for another engine teardown. I do have another engine that I do plan on tearing down very soon. And just a quick update on this week and how crazy it's been. Well, unfortunately for my wife, her arthritis is getting a little bit worse, and she's no longer able to drive her car. I mean, it's got 3 pedals and a shifter, so it's a little tough on her joints. So we've had to make a little bit of a change, and this is what's been really going on this week. It's been really crazy. So unfortunately, she's had to give up her little go-kart, but we do plan on keeping it for our kid because, I mean, it's a Corolla. This thing likely will never die. As crazy as it is, we ended up with a bow tie in her driveway. But since she drives mostly around in town,
it made a lot more sense that we get something that we can plug in. She can basically drive with electricity to maybe save a little bit of money. So we picked up this one, Chevy Volt. And of course, she's got her complimentary Skittles in there. She made sure that she got one that was going to be quite comfortable. And I must say, it does have quite a lovely interior. And she made sure that she got good sound. I don't blame her. She loves spending time in her car, so yeah, she made sure this one came with the upgraded Bose sound system. So this week has been quite hectic trying to find something like this, and honestly, so far, she loves the car. I don't know why Chevy killed this one. Probably because it was one of their most reliable. Alright guys, see you in the next one. Hey guys, so today we have this. It's an Aaron's 21-inch cut lawnmower, and look at that, it comes equipped with everyone's favorite, the Kohler Courage XT6 engine. I serviced this model last year, gave it a fresh oil change, new air filter and everything, was starting just fine, but after I put it away for storage and took it back out, it's no longer starting anymore. I have a feeling it's something to do with the auto choke. Maybe it's something a little bit more. Maybe we have to go in a little bit further into the carburetor. Who knows? Maybe some ethanol gummies have formed. They like to do that from time to time. I know I did make a silly mistake because I had forgotten about it. I left some old fuel in there. Oops. But I bet if anything, behind the air filter on the auto choke system. I can almost guarantee it. Let's make 100% sure. Let's see if this starts up. Nope, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let's take a look at the choke. See if the choke flap is closed, because it should be. Here we go, brand new air filter. If you happen to have this particular model, this air filter, part number, right, there we go. No. Oh, take a look at this. Look at that. The choke flap's open. That's a problem. That should be closed like that. Let's see what happens when I pull it now. Nothing happened. Oh, the choke flap opened. That's a problem. All right, well, let's take a peek. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so we've got two 10mm nuts. Likely we shouldn't be too tight on here because it's only holding plastic onto the carburetor. So it just needs to be snug. Then over here, we have a 10mm bolt. And again, it shouldn't be too tight because it is only holding a plastic case onto onto it, but it does have a bushing. So I'll move this away. No need to disconnect it. Oh, I see the problem. Look at that. That little arm has come off. Interesting. It may have popped that little arm free. So that was an easy fix. Right. Let's put the air cleaner cover back on. It's raining a little bit. Before we put the air filter on, we'll try it out. See if it starts up. I could have done it before I put the air cover box on, but no need to worry about that. Move this out of the way. Let's give it a try. I think I hear the quarry siren going off. I think they might be doing some blasting. So maybe you guys might hear another explosion. Okay, so let's try it. That could be either bad gas or not enough. Let's give it a little bit of helper. Pull the flap open a bit. Nope, I can't. Let's see if that works. If not, I gotta force the flap open. Oh, maybe it ran out of gas. Or maybe it finally realized that the bail's been pulled or been released. Let's try that again. Okay, so she starts up fine. That's weird. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. Huh. Okay, well, let's take off the top cover. So to do that, you need a 10mm socket. Oh dear. This one's bringing the whole stud up with it. There we go. Brought the whole stud up with it. That holds the gas can here. Okay, so what is going on with the bail? It's hanging up here. Or maybe it's not. Wonder if it's got something to do with all that rust. Could have something to do with all that rust. That maybe not making proper contact with the brake pad, and so it's not grounding it out. That's the most likely scenario. So let's quickly grind down that rust. Okay, so this is when rust becomes a problem with a flywheel, is if it's trying to make contact with another metal or with another surface to shut it down, the rust can actually inhibit the contact. Now, it has nothing to do with the coil. The coil's fine. Obviously, you could see that with all this rust buildup, the coil was operating just fine. So the rust has nothing to do with magnetism and won't affect the coil, but it can affect shutting down the mower. So if you've ever wondered about getting rid of rust on your flywheel, one of the best reasons why, and this is a good example, it'll inhibit shutting this thing down. So let's get the wire wheel out, spray a little bit of penetrant, and start grinding away. Excuse me, wire. Excuse me. I saw where that cap went. Excuse me, wire. Please step aside for now. Keep hitting this exhaust shield. That's the powder that flies up it. Not the red powder, obviously. And yes, always make sure you've got your safety glasses. Not just your safety squint. Okay, I'm just going to wipe this down. Hey, look at that, guys. Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments, and I try to reply to as many of them. All right, let's reinstall the spark plug and the cover and give it a try. See if that's made the difference. And that just went under this giant flower holder. Oh my goodness. Because of course it did. Now there's this 10 mil socket that's supposed to run away and hide, not the 10 mil nuts. At least, I guess it's a 10 mil something. So it looks like that arm popped off again. Oh. Interesting. I guess the engine's still a little warm. Interesting. I didn't think so. All right. Well, maybe it's that in-between stage where it's not hot and it's not cold. Just warm enough to adjust the choke just a little bit. So it'll either start or it won't. All right, let's try it. Probably doesn't have enough gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it. Right, well, it's a little bit warmer now. Let's see if she'll start right up. Well, it looks like the choke's open up all the way, and it's stopping as it's supposed to. That's the biggest thing. This mower is stopping as it's supposed to. Well, I'm going to stop the cameras for now. We're going to let it sit for about an hour, hour and a half or so. Let it cool down, and we'll come out. We'll check the choke, and we'll give it a try again. For you, it'll be an instant. For me, it's at least an hour. We'll see what we can do. Hopefully, everything cools down. It gets to a nice point where it'll shut down and everything well, won't shut down, but you know, the choke will close and it starts up okay right away. But let's give it one more pull over and make sure it starts and stops as it should. And this time with the air filter on. If the air filter box wants to close. So this should help also richen up the fuel mix just a little bit. Let's see. Will it start? Yes, there's absolutely no problem at all. All right, guys, I'll see you in roughly about an hour. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. To you, it's an instant. To me, it's an hour, or at least an hour. It all depends on what I'm doing at the time. If I'm really busy, then probably closer to an hour and a half. If I'm not that busy, well, you know. All right, bye for now. Well, it's been a little bit longer than just an hour or an hour and a half. In fact, it's probably been close to about 5 hours, and that's simply because I had a delivery, and in turn, I also had to make a pickup. So when I made the delivery of a lawnmower, that red MTD trash fine lawnmower, well, I came upon this one, which the person that I sold the red MTD to, they had this, which, guess what? This is not a red MTD. It's a red MTD that's actually apparently a Craftsman. Yeah, this isn't a Craftsman. I mean, it's basically the same body, but it's got the Chinesium engine. Oh well, we'll see what's going on with it. It's missing some hardware, and
yeah, it looks like that bolt there is broke.
Not sure what's going to happen with this. Not yet. But let's see. It's definitely 100%. This should be cold enough now, so let's have a peek. Is that flap closed? Yep, it's closed. Good. So ideally, it should start. And in a perfect world, it will start. But who knows? It's clearly not a perfect world. Right, so let's give it a try. I guess I didn't pull it fast enough the first time around. Okay, perfect. So it seems to be working better now. So it's that in-between stage. Let's try running it for a couple minutes and see if it starts. So I guess let's see if it'll start now. As well, so that's a good sign. Everything is working as it's supposed to. Awesome. But as you can see, it's a little wet, so I can't exactly go and cut the lawn right now. Take a look at this. Got another one of these blue ones. The person that bought the last one, she said that she bought it because it was blue. Now she's the only one on the street that has a blue lawnmower. Go figure. Yeah, there's a Craftsman with a Honda, and this one doesn't start. I've also got this Yard Machines by MTD DC Power More engine, which, guess what? It doesn't start. And what a surprise with Power More. Look, The rope is in terrible condition. In fact, that's sort of the story behind this one. The rope broke, the guy's kids tried to fix it, and well, as you can see, they fixed it all right, so he got another mower. This one he gave to me. Great. This is going to be interesting because that snapped off. The front bolt. It holds down the oh, what is it called? The coil. It snapped off up there. Nice. That's going to be fun because it's actually below the surface, which oh my, that means that those are likely stripped out. Great. Back to this guy. Looks like problem solved. Not bad. Not bad at all. This engine wasn't too bad to work on. Sort of reminds me of that power mower we worked on. The Craftsman that isn't... Wait. That's... Oh boy. Neighbor's home. See, Aaron, there's always traffic. All the time. Aaron from Tractor Fella channel. If you haven't checked out his channel, go check out his channel. I'll link it down below. But yeah, this engine, the Kohler Courage, I've heard a lot of mixed reviews. Well, not really a lot of mixed reviews. Most of them haven't been the greatest reviews, but it's really too bad that Kohler has a bad name on this engine because their generators are fantastic. But, I mean, I'm talking about their commercial generators at the same time. But anyway, we got the auto choke fixed. So, yeah, guys, if you ever have that problem with your choke, if it's not working, well, just check the linkage. Maybe it's popped off. But if it's a little bit further, well, that'll be something maybe in another video, because I don't know, I haven't come across one with the auto choke that has a problem with the auto choke system yet. Maybe one day, but until such a time, I can't give any advice or anything on it because I've never actually worked on it myself. So we'll see how that goes. But all right, guys. Yeah. Catch you in the next one. So that was a simple video. Straightforward, right to the point. Oh, little birdie. You're the one making all that racket. So yeah, what was I saying, guys? Oh yeah, we got the auto choke system fixed on this, and well, I do have the bag also for this. Just need to give it a quick clean off. And that's that. Another mower done. I'm gonna get this one listed up, polished up, and ready for sale. Not quite in that order. So I'm not going to worry about it being wet out here because the cloud cover works almost like a giant softbox, and it kills all the harsh shadows and of course the harsh highlights. So I get a nice even tone through it, which is really good for getting some good photos of it. Of course, it is nice to have the nice blue skies and all that, and the sunshine, which shows off the really nice color of the grass. But at the same time, not having the harsh reflections and shadows does also make it easier to sell these, or to get a better photo to sell these. But anyway, guys, plug off for safety.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today, we're tackling this Murray once again. But, interesting story. First things first, of course, get that off. The Murray 20-inch cut. This engine, if you remember from the previous one, up here, it has a bent crankshaft. Well, I have a solve for this. Take a look. I've got an engine sitting right here. A Murray Pro Series 20-inch cut. Except it's got a Briggs & Stratton engine instead. Now why wouldn't I use this mower, fix this engine, leave it on the deck? Well, it's really simple. As you can see, this deck, it's definitely seen better days. It's got perforations all the way through in multiple spots, like here. Look at that. So this mower's shot, but this engine's good. It does start and die. I give it a shot of Cosby sauce, or should I say carb spray, because I don't actually technically use Cosby sauce, because ether is a little bit strong to use on one of these small engines. Maybe a car engine or an old diesel, sure, I can understand using that. But this, a little bit of carb spray, or maybe even some brake clean seems to work. As long as it's not the non-flammable brake clean. If you use the non-flammable, you could be creating phosgene gas. That's a no-no. So, to do the change, all we're going to need to do is remove the blade, unbolt the 3 9/16 or 14mm bolts on this engine. Then we repeat the process on this engine. Swap them over, move the cable connections over, and there we go. We got ourselves another engine, and get rid of this Tecumseh garbage. Alright guys, well, I guess let's get started. Alright, so let's tilt the mower back so we can get access to the bottom side of the deck. Put a weight on it. I'm just going to use a shovel. Should be enough weight to actually hold it down. Alright, so first thing we need to do is get that blade off. On this particular one, the 9/16. On others, it can be 5/8. Don't lose this. I'm going to take off the blade adapter. I actually put always C's on this to make sure that that blade adapter in the future would come off. And look at that. It came off. Now these should be 9/16. And they're not. Bet these ones are 1/2 inch. Be right back with a 1/2 inch. Okay, so I'm back now. 1/2 inch. It fits perfect. Alright, so we'll take off the 2 bottom ones, and I'll leave this one for support. I didn't think I'd be struggling with these, considering we're now going on to the 3rd engine. I'm just going to take it off now. Now to disconnect the throttle cable. My shadows should cheat it a bit, but I don't think quite enough. I guess this is the bail cable, not the throttle cable. There we go. That engine's completely removed. Let me get rid of it. Now let's just do a body swap. And there it is. Yeah, guys, I'm literally sweating buckets out here. It's absolutely sweltering. I'm not sure exactly what the temperature is, but it's really warm and it's really humid. Anyway, don't forget, like, comment, subscribe. I love reading your comments below, and I look forward to reading them every single video. Let's get back to it. Okay, so this time around, we don't have a blade to remove. Now, there is string stuck to this, but I'll cut that off. This might prove to be a little bit of an issue, as I'm not
100% sure I'll be able to get this part off. But I might be able to get the adapter and blade for a Murray mower, which isn't too bad. Anyway, let's get this motor off. Sorry, engine. For that, we're going to need 9/16. Oh boy. Peanut butter blaster time. Peanut butter blaster time. Peanut butter blaster time. Peanut butter blaster time. Spray some on top. And one more. Okay, let's see. Not yet. Okay, let's give it one more try with the gun. It's been a few minutes. Nope, nothing. Try with the breaker bar. I don't like it. I don't like what I'm feeling. Actually, I think it's actually turning. I think it might actually be turning. Try it one more time. I've got another Briggs engine. I can just strip this one down, as I've actually got a couple I know that work really well. And then I can work at my leisure to tap out these bolts. But either way, I still need to get this engine off. Yeah, these are all just going to snap right out. That's unfortunate. All right, well, let me just break the last one off. Watch this one come out. No, I think this one, just like the other ones, it's going to break as well. Then we'll get that engine. Then we'll get that engine on that Murray mower's body so we can get rid of it, because clearly this whole Murray adventure has been one disaster after another. Because look at this. They all broke. Exactly what I was worried. Because look at this. They all broke. Exactly what I was worried about is what happened. I kind of figured, and I don't have an oxy-acetylene torch, so I know I couldn't get them quite hot enough to really have made a difference with the propane torch, which is used for soldering, not for heating up parts. Anyway, I'm going to shut off the cameras for now, and then I'll work on this engine, and as soon as I'm done, turn them back on so we can get it all assembled. All right, see you soon. Seeing as how much fun it is to take this thing apart, I figure you guys might as well enjoy the experience with me. Managed to get all 4 wheels off, no problem. Getting the adjusters off, forget it. Everything's frozen. The angle grinder, the heck with it. The deck is garbage. Let's just trash it the rest of the way and cut it up. Get these axles off, because those are the most important part. Maybe I can get this one off without having to cut it off. Wouldn't that be nice? Hopefully. All right, let's try. There we go. That's 1. Let's see if we'll be as lucky with 2. Maybe. The back ones, I don't have much hope on.
Come on.
Back ones are completely rotten and frozen on, so I'm going to have to cut all this right off. Let's start by cutting off these 3 5/16. Spin the guard around. Got one more in here frozen. Oops, totally missed that. Sorry about that, guys. It's hard to see what you guys can and cannot see. One more right here. There we go. That part's free. Now let's get this side. Let's cut this off. We've got to cut a little bit more. Just have to cut a little tiny bit more here. There we go. Let's come off now. Hopefully. Nope, this one here still, but I think I might be able to spin it out. All right, there we go. The fun part's over. Now to deal with that engine. See you in a bit, guys. Well, guys, here we go. About a year later, and guess what? This engine's still sitting here. There's the bolts, still in the engine. There's another one, and you can see the last one right at the back there. So yeah, as you can see, I haven't actually done anything to this engine. Took it off and then put it in here, and that was basically it. I ended up getting too busy and never got back to this. And the other thing, remember this short where I was saying how this Murray truly is cursed? Yeah, so this thing is definitely cursed. Anything to do with this darn mower has become nothing but a pain. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with this engine. I know I want to get those bolts out, but at the same time, I can't really be bothered right now. It's sort of going to turn this thing into almost like a parts donor, but I don't really want to do that. I do want to get those bolts out because this is actually a half-decent engine. In truth, it would suit that Murray perfect because, I mean, it is from a Murray. But, again, frozen bolts. This thing's too much of a pain. And that Murray, it's cursed. It is absolutely cursed. There's no way around it because what the heck. So anyway, guys, other than the fact that I wasn't able to finish that mower, I'm probably just going to strip the body and get rid of it because I'm tired of seeing it here. This engine, maybe I'll sell it. I don't know. Not 100% sure, but it's a good engine though. It's a nice Briggs flathead. These things are almost bulletproof.
proof, provided the bolts don't snap off in the sump. That's frustrating because I can't do anything with this now until I get those out. Anyway, enough rambling. I do have other mowers to work on, such as this one here, carburetor rebuilt, and as mentioned about that short, there it is. There's a darn cursed Murray, still sitting here. I've got this yard works to get going, and this Craftsman with a Honda engine. This going, and this Craftsman with a Honda engine. This mower to work on. Which one I should do next? This one or that one? I don't really want to deal with this one because previous owner's kids did a monkey with this thing and snapped the bolt off down there. For the coil, which also holds on the housing. And then I've got this engine to strip off from this deck because it's well perforated. So yeah, a year later, I do have some other mowers to work on, like this power mower, which I just need to go through the carb a little bit. It's not too bad. In fact, up here, you may remember when I worked on a power mower, it was similar to this model, except it said Craftsman, not Yard Machines. Remember, like this one. That is not a Craftsman. This is an MTD product. Craftsman is Sears Roebuck. Craftsman no longer technically exists because Sears doesn't exist. So this name, it's kind of a misnomer because Craftsman is gone. But because of the brand loyalty, MTD stuck with it for good reason. People love the Craftsman brand. So why not capitalize on it? But alright guys, just like we started looking at this darn stupid Murray 20-inch cut bloody cursed piece of garbage, we're ending it here. Don't expect to see another one of these videos with this Murray unless I somehow manage to find a blade adapter, and then I'll let everybody know, hey, guess what? I got a blade adapter, or I got a 20-inch blade to use on this. But chances are that engine's coming off and this deck is being sold as is, as just a new deck. Let someone else deal with the problems. Alright guys, see you in the next one. Oh yeah, spark plug off for safety. So today we have this. It's a Craftsman 21-inch cut lawnmower. Comes powered by a 5.5 horsepower Honda engine. Should be a fun. Looks like the fuel's been left on, but let's see if there's actually any fuel in there. Nope, it's perfectly dry. I wonder if this thing will start and run. Let's find out. But first, let's see. Is there an air filter? Yes, there is. Look at that. There's actually an air filter in there. Choke flap is open, but it's controlled on the handlebars right here. So let's push this all the way to choke and see if it chokes. Wonder what would happen if we poured some fuel in there and tried to get it started. But before we do that, we really should see if there's oil. Well, I have a problem. Looks like there's oil. Let me quickly clean that off and see if it picks up any more on the dipstick. Yeah, looks like it did. Looks like there's a bit of oil in there. Enough to at least start it and see if it runs. So let's add a little bit of fuel and see if it starts up. First, let's switch off this fuel. Then we'll add some. Not too much now. No need. Although the nice thing is, because this gas tank actually has a control valve, we can shut it off and not worry about too much fuel getting in there. Okay, so she's on choke. Let's turn the fuel on. Fire it up and see what happens. Oh, right. Let's double check, make sure spark plug wire's on. Which it wasn't. I mean, after all, this video has been brought to you by a forgotten spark plug wire. Here goes. turn that fuel off. Well guys, it looks like this is just going to be a straight out service for this little mower. Looks like the carb's good, so no need to run for the carb. We'll change the oil, sharpen the blade, replace that air filter, and lube it up. Oh, and of course clean off the deck, because it's a little bit of a mess. But honestly, looks like this is going to be a fun little repair, and shouldn't take too long. Alright guys, let's crack into it. Okay, so one of the first is we should give it an oil change. The rope looks good on this, so no reason to change the rope. It's actually pretty supple still. It hasn't started to solidify like they often do. So I'll add a little bit of oil to some testing oil, and this way we can get it nice and warm. Quickly do an oil change. Okay, and just doing a quick visual inspection, seeing if there's any debris. I know it's debris. I'm just seeing if there's any debris on top, but I don't see any, which means quite likely that no mouse decided to make a little nest in there, which is good. It's good. Alright, so first things first, we'll add a little bit of testing oil. Not this oil, that's good oil. Just getting it to the side so when we're ready to actually change the oil, we can. So we'll add some wonderful testing oil. Doesn't that look great? Like chocolate pudding. Delicious. So let's add a tiny bit more oil. Hopefully without some debris. Okay, we'll quickly check what's there. Yeah, I say we've got plenty now. Definitely got plenty. Certainly enough to get it running, and that way we can get her nice and warm to do the oil change. So that's going to be poured back into here. Toasty sludge. Look at that. Delicious. I don't know where I was trying to put the oil cap. Probably onto the Honda engine for the oil cap. Even though it's got one right there. Put that aside and cover it up so no debris flies into it. Right, now we'll leave the fuel off, no reason to have it on. We'll start it up, let her run for a bit, maybe run what's in the carburetor. That way it can clean itself out, get the oil nice and warm, and I'll get the siphon into there and we'll get the oil changed. Okay, here goes. That's not quite long enough. And that was quite a lot of smoke, eh? Huh. Alright, well, let's turn the fuel on for a bit. We'll let it run for about 4 or 5 minutes. I think that'll be good. That way it gets the oil nice and warm. So it's totally easier. Alright, let's try that again. And it seems to be out of fuel. Perfect. Right. That's good. Now we can get the oil changed. There is evidence that there was some kind of a critter here. I mean, there's cherry seed with a hole in it, so definitely evidence. Doesn't necessarily mean that there is a critter here. It could have been just running around. Yep, still plenty of oil, so that's good. That's what I'll do. I just keep dipping it in and slowly changing it that way. Okay, we'll get the siphon tube in there. Okay, vacuum line is now in. Right, guys? Loud noise is imminent. And that's it. Oil's drained. Now to fill it back up with approximately 550 milliliters or 18 ounces of oil. Use fresh oil. So we'll start with 500 mil. So far so good, haven't made a mess. Come on, don't make a mess. I can hear a lot of baby birds around here. Speaking of baby birds, at the end of this video, I'll take the phone over and let you guys see the little baby birds. Yep, we're full. Perfect. Next, let's get that air filter on. You know what that means. So here's the air filter. Part number. And so let's get the plastic off.
Hey, look at that, guys. Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments. And I try to reply to as many of them as I can, especially the early ones. Alright guys, back to the video.
Okay, there we go. Nice new air filters in. And I guess let's fire it up again. Get the oil to circulate. And I guess we can check the blade afterwards. We'll take it down to the ground because it looks like it's finally stopped raining. check the blade, check the condition of that, and I guess take it in and sharpen it and reinstall it, and that's it. She'll be done. All right, so let's fire it up and make sure everything's still good. Okay, so we'll set it to choke. And I'll remember to turn it off the choke this time. Oh, yes. I forgot to turn the fuel on. Brilliant. That was smart. Let's turn the fuel on, shall we? So we're on choke. And good stuff. Good stuff. Everything's still working as it should. Let's get it down to the ground, check that blade, pop it off if need be, and sharpen it. Hello. Always traffic around here. Whether it's foot traffic or car traffic, there's always traffic. All right, so let's check that blade. You know something? This blade is still quite sharp. Oh. This looks like the blade is good. There's absolutely no reason to take it off. It's got a very good edge still on it. I'm not going to add anything to putting on an edge other than it would make it closer and closer to like a knife. And you don't want that. You don't want a knife edge because it just dulls faster. Weird when you think about it, but the truth is when you put like a little razor's edge on there, it doesn't benefit anything and it dulls faster. I guess that's pretty much a wrap, guys. So I guess while we're at it, I got a little bit of grass I can cut. No, not this side, unfortunately. It's missing the grass. Well, as you can see, there's no grass, it's all dirt. We had, back there, we used to have a bit of a garden. Not really significant, but it used to come out a bit. Originally, we had it all wood. And then we tore out the wood, and it was like a mound, and we were going to box it with some bricks and stuff, but that's too much of a pain. So we just leveled it, and that's that. But I got a little bit of grass here that I can copper grass cutting apple. There you go, guys. Not bad, eh? Let's just unwind this little doohickey. So yeah, not bad, eh? Not bad at all. A simple fix. Absolutely simple fix. Because there was technically nothing wrong with it. So as you can see, it's now a fully functioning lawnmower. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright guys? Well, I guess I'll see you in the next one. And, oh yeah, before I forget, spark plug off for safety.
Hey guys, so today we have this. It's a Mastercraft. I believe, 20-inch cut lawnmower. I believe this one is made by AYP, but I'm not 100% sure. It definitely is an MTD though, not with that model number. Comes equipped with the Briggs & Stratton Classic 3.5 horse flathead engine. These things are pretty bulletproof, but unfortunately, this one may have met its match. Granted, it does run, but the crankshaft, well, I'll let video speak for itself. Just so you see, it does run. Oh, did I leave the spark plug off? No, I didn't. It does run. But it shakes like crazy! So yeah, as I'm sure you could see, that blade, or at least the crankshaft, it's pretty bent. So I'm going to change the engine on that, put a different one on, and I guess save that one for parts. Maybe turn it into a teardown video. But alright guys, let's crack into this thing. Alright, we got this thing inside, so just a few things, just a few things quickly before we get started removing the engine. I want to get the cables I want to remove the cables from here, so we can move the handlebars off completely. So let's get the throttle cable off. Looks like 5/16. Yep, 5/16. Throttle cable's now off. And 1/4 inch. Another 1/4 inch. You can see that one there. Take the throttle cable right out now. And now we've got this cable to contend with. And cables are no longer attached. So two, looks like 3/8. 3/3/8. Get the cover off. I believe it's 3/8, not 1/2 inch. Yeah, it is 3/8. And I think that's actually 7/16. Nice. Yep, 7/16. Now we can pull the engine from the body. But I actually want to remove this from the body, or I want to remove the gas tank and carburetor assembly from the engine, so I can use it on the other engine that I'm going to swap on. And the fuel tank and air filter, but I know it works. So I believe this should be a 3/8, which it isn't, and I know this is a 1/2 inch. So 7/16, this must be a much older unit, because this is usually a 3/8, 1/2 inch, and then these ones here, it usually has the two at the back, here and here, which are also 3/8, but this one's using larger bolt heads. So this must be a much older unit than I'm normally used to working on. I wonder what year this thing's built in. Let's find the serial number. Okay, so let's remove the air filter screw. It's obviously been removed before because it's in forward-facing aerodynamic mode. Now we should be able to move the carburetor and gas tank all in one shot, no problem. So we take this bolt out. Spacer. It's going to fall. Come on. Yeah, man. There we go. That's out. Actually, I'm actually going to take this off too, which is a 5/16, because the engine that's going on, this actually broke off. So we're going to replace this whole unit. Okay, we just need to take the spring off. Oh, actually we can probably take the governor link, it's right out. There. Take that right off for now. Move this. What a mess. Sorry, it looks like I missed it. Forgot to push record on one of the cameras. But look at this. It's just completely caked in dirt. Terrible. Which means for the first little bit, I apologize, the audio is a little bit off because I didn't realize that I hadn't actually, well, I did push the record button, it didn't actually register. I didn't notice that part. I'm used to my cameras, when I push a button to record, it makes a sound. The iPhone doesn't make a sound. So I didn't notice the red circle turned into a little red square. I didn't notice that part. I just clicked it and walked away. It is what it is. It's an iPhone. I'm used to iPhones doing iPhone things. I'll clean this up. So now we just got to pull the engine off. And then I'm going to dump the oil out because, well, this engine doesn't need any oil. It's got a bent crank. I'm not going to use it again. I'll probably use some parts off it if I ever find a dead Briggs. But so far, this is the first one that I've had, Briggs engine, that's been technically dead. I don't have a dead other one. This is the only one that I've had with a bent crank. So that's pretty good. I mean, it's always been the Tecumseh engines that I've had a bent crank. This is the first Briggs. Okay, I'm going to move this off to the side. Air filter needs a new air filter. This one is completely deteriorating. Goodness. It's done. It's done. So, new air filter, that's easy. I got lots of those. Not a big deal. Take this off to the side so I can give it a cleaning. Come here, bolts. I don't want to lose you guys. That I necessarily need you. All right, let's get this engine unmounted. I guess first is we got to get that blade off. And that blade looks like it's held on by 3 bolts. Nice. Looks like 2 are 9/16 and one is a 5/8. The 9/16 are holding the blade onto the blade adapter. So they must be shear bolts. At least I would hope so. And I need a wrench as well. How nice. There's the first one. Another one. And finally the 5/8 to take the blade off. Hope I don't have to get Doug out. Although I'm sure Doug would like to come out and play. Well, for now, we'll make sure that the DeWalt's set to let's take it off. Problem. Came right off. Now I wonder the blade adapter is going to come off. Okay, so I'm going to switch out to a 1/2 inch so I can unmount the engine. There we go, the 3 engine bolts are out. No better time to spray down the deck with some spray wash in a can. I'll be right back.
Don't worry, I remember. I remember. Wear gloves, because you never know what chemicals are on these, or at least in the spray and wash.
Hey, look at that, guys. Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments, and I try to reply to as many of them as I can, especially the early ones. Alright guys, back to the video. Here we go. Got the engine in place, but I think it's backward, isn't it? Yeah. This recoil housing on the other one. So we're just going to switch the recoil housings from the original for this one and this one. This way, instead of pulling the rope away, we're pulling it in the direction of the handle. So down, and I guess we'll get started. But let's take a look at that blade, because maybe the blade could do with some sharpening. Honestly, the blade's not bad. It could do with a little bit of a sharpening, but not much. It's still pretty good. A little bit of life left in this, maybe a couple more seasons, 3, 4 more seasons. Depends on how it's used. I mean, this may have several seasons left in it. So yeah, I'll sharpen this up, and we'll get it reattached to the engine. Okay, so I've got the blade all sharpened up. I've got the blade adapter ready. The engine is mounted. That we changed the oil last year, and then we never ran it because the governor arm broke. Although I think it actually doesn't have any oil in it. Wonder if it all leaked out. It doesn't have any oil in it. Wonder if it all leaked out. Or we drained it out. We may have drained it out, to be honest with you. It all leaked out. It's one or the other, one or the other. But I'm pretty sure we just drained it all out. There's absolutely no oil in this anyway, so let's add the 500 milliliters of oil and go from there. Oops, dropped the dipstick. So let's add the 500 mil, or 16 ounces of oil. There we go. 500 milliliters. So I think we might be a little bit over full, but not 100% sure. The dipstick does say thread in to check. Yeah, we're just a little bit over full. As you can see, we're right on the line. That's excellent. Okay, I'm just going to put the blade on. Then we'll change the top and get the carburetor and stuff on. So just give me a sec. I'll have the blade on and be right back. All right, the blade's on. Seems like it's ready to go. Let's get the cover off. Looks like 7/16, maybe ½ inch. 7/16. There, now let's get the vane on. Goes this way. Coil gap seems a little small. Let's adjust the coil gap while we're here. There we go, that snapped it shut. Take the carburetor back on. Get the linkage in. On the vane. Actually, let's get it on the vane first. Put it on the vane. Oh, look at that. It's already got everything waiting for me. How about that? Okay. Somehow that doesn't seem right. Not one bit does that seem right. Seems almost like that spring is backward. Yeah, I'm not really liking this thing at all. So I'm going to take this one off, and we're going to put this one on. Now that should be good enough until I give it a pressure wash. Alright, I gotta take that guy out. There we go, it fell. Good. Okay, that goes on there. Get this little... Now we can... Hopefully. Yep, shroud goes on quite nice. That should be at idle. And that should be full throttle. Mind you, to be honest with you, this engine, this mower, I'm not going to bother with having a throttle on it. Alright, next let's get the air filter on. Wow. Definitely seen better days. But it's not in shambles. Right, so it's got oil, it's got gasoline, got a different engine, it's got a blade that's been sharpened. Honestly, it's ready to go. So this thing outside, get the handlebars on, we'll give it a test. Alright, catch you guys outside. Alright guys, we're outside. She's all set, ready to go. Still has fuel in it from before, so see, spark plugs on, spark plugs in.
Alright, let's give it a prime. That's for the throttle, but the throttle's not attached because it's broken on the handlebars. Give it a few primes. Alright, let's try it out. Here goes. She's trying. Running really slow. Let's increase the throttle. Apparently that's full throttle. So I'm gonna have to do something about that. Lovely. Let's take the air filter off. See if I can adjust that throttle a bit. So that's maximum throttle and it's not doing anything. Fire it up. That's not enough throttle at all. Right, let's do things a little bit differently, shall we? So I'm actually going to put the throttle spring here. See if that makes a difference. What the heck, right? Let's see how she restarts. She's still smoking though, so I'm going to probably move it off to the side and let it smoke off for a little bit. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my tachometer. If I can find it. Down a little. What the heck? Let's give it a try. Well, there we go, guys. Originally had a bent crank. Now we've got another engine. Looks like the original engine that was on there, considering it went from a Briggs 3.5 horse classic to another Briggs 3.5 horse classic. Using the same gas tank, air filter, carburetor, and everything. So not bad. Body cleaned up nice, other than now it's completely covered in dirt. Obvious reasons. Got to get rid of that throttle cable. And I guess I'll just stick with this jingling spark plug because it seems to be working great. Why not? Why not at all? All right, guys. See you in the next one. Yes, but speed seems okay. Revs up all right, but at the same time, I mean, seems a little bit off. I don't know, maybe the spring's too long or something, but just, that's all right. That's all right. Not a bad little machine. All right, guys, well, spark plug off for safety. Yes, no kink out today. Hey guys, so today we have this. It's a Toro Power Clear, 21-inch clearing path, electric start. It comes with an RTEC 2-cycle 141cc 4 horsepower engine. Problem with this little blower, it surges while it's running. So we're going to run the carb, get it all cleaned, and get it to stop surging. Seems to be some hardware missing here, and some hardware missing here. Looks like it's a Toro model 38584, but I can't say I've ever heard of RTEC engines before. This might be a bit interesting to work on. I'm not sure what year this was built, but if I'm reading that correctly, it looks like it was built in May of 2009. Alright guys, let's crack into it and see if we can't get this thing running again. And look at that. It even comes with the electric starter. This might make it a little bit easier to start. Alright guys, let's crack into this beast. Let's get the panel open for the carb. Looks like a Phillips. Also looks like you could use a number 2 Robertson, so square tip. So if you want to Canadianize this, you could and use a Canadian driver. So yeah, as I said, you could use a square tip in there if you wanted. Phillips number 2 or square number 2. Ooh, lots of oil down here. Wonder if she's leaking. Choke flap. Come off. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Let's pinch off this fuel line. So, Mr. Pinch.
Yes, I am here. Would you like me pinch?
Yes, I'd like you to pinch a fuel line.
I love pinching fuel line. I pinch fuel line.
Pinch. Thanks, Mr. Pinch. All right, so the fuel line's pinched off. Let's disconnect it from the carburetor. Okay, come here, Yellow. Yellow can get the fuel line off. That just doesn't want to seem to get the clamp off. If all else fails, pair of vice grips. There we go. Vice grips works, but the actual tool for the fuel line clamps didn't. What a pain in the ass. All right, Yellow, see if you can get that fuel line off. There we go. Just get the carburetor off. Looks like 2 Phillips head. Well, they're long studs. 1 and number 2. Looks like it's leaking some fuel out. That's not good.
I wonder if the needle and seat is bad. See if I can get some light. Find out why the carburetor won't come off. Maybe it's just fused on. I wonder if I just got to beat it off a little bit. Yep, just need to beat it off a little bit. Okay. So where's the governor linkage? How's that hooked up? Let's see. Where is it hooked up? That guy here. How's it attached? Let's see. It's usually a Z-bend of some... Yep, there it is. There's the Z-bend. I found it. Let's pop this open and find out what's going on with it. Now, before we get to the carburetor, I want to do a little segment that I want to call Responding to Comments. So let's see. We've got this one. It looks like it's from a Leonard Omegot YN1TI mechanic. You've not learning ed nothing. Oh, well, that's interesting. So apparently I've not learning ed nothing. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but if they're saying that I've not learned nothing, then you're right. I have not learned nothing. I've learned a fair bit. Oh, here's one we have from a Joseph Pistachio 5675. And that's from this video. In fact, the next three are from this video. It says, I don't know how much experience you have with these type of equipment, but you didn't have to change the coil to fix what was broken on it. You just had to change the spark plug boot that attaches to the spark plug. The coil wire you found on the spark plug is not from the ignition wire, but it was part of the spark plug boot, the plug. You could have just changed the spark plug boot instead of changing the whole ignition coil. Yes, I know that. I had a spare ignition coil, and it would save me the trouble of sitting there to replace the boot and having to order parts and wait for them, where I could just pop a used coil on that I know was good. And guess what? It was good. Now we have another one from Joseph Pistachio 5675. Also, you put the coil back in upside down, which the guy before you did. It matters which way you install the coil. The wire that connects to the coil is supposed to be facing the bottom of the mower.
And we'll reseat them down.
Joseph Pistachio 5675. He likes me that much that he had to comment 3 times. So let's see, what does he say? It is acting like it has a broken flywheel key because the timing is off. The timing is off. Do you mean this part when I was trying to start the mower without a blade? And as you can see, it is on correctly. The reason why the mower will not start has nothing to do with timing. Timing is probably fine. I mean, if you want, we can re-inspect it and I can show you that the flywheel and flywheel key is all lined up properly. The issue is the fact that there's no blade. See, the flywheel, it is specifically there just for ignition timing on a lawnmower. On any other machine, such as, say, a pressure washer or a generator or a snowblower, those engines have a heavier flywheel so that when you start it, it takes the momentum. But on a lawnmower, it's a lightweight flywheel specifically designed just for ignition timing, and the blade acts as the heavy counterweight as the flywheel to keep the engine spinning. Without a blade, unfortunately, when you pull it over to try to slip cord out of your hand, and that is just because there's no weight to keep the engine going. That's all it is. It's not timing. It's literally the fact that there's no weight to keep the engine spinning. But you can get it to start without a blade. Absolutely. The easiest way is you use a drill. All right, guys, that's it for these comments. If you have any other comments that you want to make and you want them raised, post. And if you see anything that I've done wrong, please, by all means, post about it. Just hope that you're correct, because I will call you out in the videos. All right, guys, back to the video.
Hey, look at that, guys. Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments, and I try to reply to as many of them as I can, especially the early ones. All right, guys, back to the video.
All right, let's get this bowl off. using that to stand it up. 3/8. I think it's a 3/8. Nope, it's a 10 mil. As of course it is. Okay, so 10 mil. Pin doesn't want to come out. Don't want to come out. Let me get a pair of pliers. See if I can slowly wrench it out, and if not, then it'll be staying in. So first we'll try with some vice grips. Yeah, it just doesn't want to come out. Well, I don't want to monkey around with it too much then. Just have to work with it this way. First, let me spray off some of this debris with carb spray. Clean this up a little. The metal again. Not seeing anything in there. See how it comes up through the jet. Comes up pretty good through there. Let's try picking it out. Try a smaller pick. Okay, maybe I'll use a Scotch-Brite pad. Just use a Scotch-Brite pad. Make sure everything's nice and clean in here. And I throw it on the floor. Today's wise choice. Wow, that carb spray is just demolishing the gloves. All right, let's get this thing back together and get it back on the blower and see if it works. If not, then we'll have to go in a little bit deeper on this. Right, so let me get this reinstalled on the blower, and I'll see you outside. Okay, we got it outside, and there's a little bit of wet snow out here, so we can sort it. Alright, so I guess that's turning it on. So we'll turn it on. Now you
says the electric start works. I think there's a problem with the starter. Doesn't sound like the Bendix is engaging. So that's rather unfortunate. So I guess we'll just give it the old version full start. Okay, so she's still surging. I guess I'm going to have to go through that carb a little bit more in depth. Right. Okay. So I guess let's get it inside and we'll try it again. We'll see about going a little more in depth in that carb. Try that again. We'll see if it can actually flow some oil. Hopefully it can. Okay, so I got a little more in depth. I took it completely apart this time. I've got the choke off, which is here. There's the float bowl, and there's the choke mechanism itself. There's the gaskets, float bowl, and the needle. So we'll get the needle back on the float. And then as far as the carburetor goes, let's pick out all these individual jets. And it was a little big. There, we picked out the emulsion tube. So I'll drop it before I slide it back in. Not with that pick though. Seems a little big. One more in between. There we go. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to have to open up this jet a little bit. Oh, look at that. There is some debris. A little bit of debris. So yeah, if this doesn't work, then I'm going to have to open this jet a little bit to allow more fuel to flow. Okay, so let's put the main jet back in. My flat screwdriver. I'll do that again. We'll get the needle back on. or that way. Let's try this way. Maybe it's tapered, only goes one way. There it goes. Give it a couple taps, see if I can get it through. Starting to come through. I guess it's best that we'll get the bowl back on. Now we'll get the choke back in. Nope, I've got it in upside down. There we go. That's better. Now it's in properly. Okay, now the choke lever itself. I don't like how loose that feels. Okay, now we'll get the throttle in. Seems to only go in this way. Interesting. Okay, let's flip that 180 degrees. So one thing I just found out is when I took this throttle plate off, it wasn't through the throttle control. It was actually on top of it. And, well, I just slid it through. I'm going to put the screw back in. You know, that could have been the simple problem to begin with. I wonder if it was. I'm not saying it was, but it's possible. Either way, seems okay now. All right, so let me get this back on the snowblower. Take it outside and we'll give it a try again. All right, see you soon. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about using the electric start. Just going to turn it on. Give it a few primes. And let's start it over. Well, plot thickens with this one. I guess we're going to be getting a little bit more involved with this beast. Why is it surging? I mean, one way is I can try adjusting that main jet, open it up a bit, and then try it again, and then we can see. So maybe I'll do that. Back inside we go. Alright, back outside. I've opened up the carburetor jet a little bit. I filed it open. So let's see if that's made a difference. on. Bunch of prime. Spark plug. I didn't reconnect the spark plug. I didn't reconnect the spark plug. Bet you I didn't reconnect the spark plug. Okay, now that catastrophe is taken care of, I've got the spark plug back on. Let's try this again. The only thing I can think of is maybe a new carburetor. It's just constantly surging. Now, just constantly surging. Now, I did take apart this engine. I don't know. I'm gonna have to call the customer. I'm gonna have to ask them a few questions to find out if it's been surging for a while, if it's always been doing it ever since they got it, or what's been going on with it. Alright guys, I guess to be continued. Well, I'm guessing I should at least show you the piston. So I'm going to take this red cover off, and so I'm going to take the red cover off and then the exhaust off, and I'll take you to remove this fuel cap. Then we remove these three bolts, which I believe they're three, but you can also use a number 2 Phillips. That'll remove the chute. Next, we need to remove this ring, and it's held on by 1 Phillips screw. Because the chute is also holding it on. So now that ring comes off, and now we can remove the red cover. So next we have 2 half-inch bolts or 13 mil. I'm going to put the fuel cap back on because there is still fuel in it. I'm going to have to drain it. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing with this. At present. I think I'm going to get the engine and the exhaust. There is a gasket. So if we go in, let me wash it out. There's the piston. As you can see, it is really badly scored. I'm going to take the plug off. I'm just going to slowly rotate it. But as you can see back there, if I can get it to wash out more. One second, let me get a light. There, now hopefully, if I wash it out more, there we go. Now we can get a view of the back side of that cylinder. And yeah, the back side of that cylinder is scored as well. I wonder if this machine was straight gassed at some point. Because look at that. That definitely says that this was straight gassed. That is really bad. I'm almost positive at one point this machine definitely was straight gas. So it's definitely going to need a new top end if this thing damage is already done. All that's going to happen is this is just going to keep getting worse and it becomes another video. If not, I'll make a community post and say that this engine, and machine are done. Maybe in the future, if he says, keep it, maybe then I'll consider redoing the engine. That might be.
Ready, Ollie? 3, 2. Engine has roughly the same size engine. Customer states neither of these two engines run. You can start them on ether or quick start. I don't recommend using ether, and they'll surely fire up and die. This one with the Tecumseh, well, this is the mower that he's been using. Main reason why? The deck's intact, unlike this one with the brakes. So what he originally wanted to do was thought about switching the engines, but I guess he didn't really like my price. So I suggested to him, okay, I can get both these engines running for a different price, which was a little bit cheaper, and so he went with that option. So in this video, we're going to get both these engines running, we're going to change out the oil, and it's two. I mean, these are actually pretty nice looking Craftsman mowers. I mean, 6.7. So we're going to split this video into two parts. Part one, we're going to get this Briggs engine worked on. We'll get that one going, sharpen the blade, change the oil, and definitely go through that carburetor, make sure it's all good. Then, part two, we'll get this Tecumseh going, and then we'll get them sent back to the customer. Alright guys, just started working on these things. Alright, so first thing, make sure there's no fuel in here. Yeah, of course there is. There's gasoline in there. Wonder if this thing will just start and run. Yeah, right. Oil? Yeah. That's basically almost tar. I almost expect to reach in there and be able to pull out a dinosaur. About that air filter. Right. Let me grab another camera, grab my tripods. Let's get started. Hopefully before the rain comes in. I think I've already started to feel a few drops, so let me get at least my stuff all set up and we'll get started. Okay, 516. Let's get this air filter open. Well, good news. There's an air filter. I wonder if that's why it didn't run. What the heck? You know, you really got to change your air filters once in a while. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Let's try it one more time. Spray right into the intake and pull it over like normal. Okay. Do we not have spark? Is it? Oh. Looks like we have an E3 plug on here. Okay. Lovely. Let's try one more time with a little bit of spray. One more time. We'll see what happens. Nothing. So we're going to even have to confirm that we even have spark. Let's get the inline spark tester on there. Good. Keep an eye on it. Tell me if you see anything. So did you see anything? Because I didn't. Okay, one more time. I'm not sure if I saw anything on it. Oh, give me one sec. Let me just double check the footage. You know, honestly, double checking the footage, there is a little bit of something there. There is a little bit of something there. So let me see if I can shade it a little bit so we can get a better reading. Okay, so that's as shade as I can get it. So let's see if there's spark. And my shade blew away because it's really windy. There's definitely another storm cell blowing in. So now let me double check that footage and I'll be right back. Okay, good news, there's spark. So sounds like it's a problem in the spark plug. Let's pull that spark plug. See, I think 3/4. Yep, 3/4. Yeah, there's the problem right there. Besides the fact that it's an E3. Oh boy. That was a lot. And let's try it. Whew. She belched out a whole cloud of black smoke. That was kind of funny. Oh, the camera caught that. It actually started to run on its own, too. The funny thing is it actually kind of started to run on its own, too. So let's see if it'll run on its own fuel. Three primes, try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, nothing. A little Cosby sauce to see if we can start to mix. Just a little bit, you know, just enough. Oof. Woohoo! Let me try that one more time. That was funny. Aw, that's too bad. That was a pretty epic pop. Not gonna lie, that was a pretty epic pop, that last one. That was really good. Okay, well, I guess it's safe to say we gotta crack into that carb and deal with that nonsense. So, one problem solved. There was an issue with the plug, so, I have an NGK. Let's, yeah, let me put in the NGK. Give me one sec. Okay, the NGK's in. Let's try that one. We'll give it a couple sprays. Let's try it with the NGK instead of the Chinese fast fire. Hey, look at that, guys. Look what I found. A red subscribe button. If you made it this far into the video, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. Comment below. I love to read your comments, and I try to reply to as many of them as I can, especially the early ones. Alright guys, back to the video. So I'm not quite sure what to make of it. It's running perfect on its own fuel. Right. Okay, so that's a good sign. There's a little bit of a hiccup, so I know we're definitely still going to have to go to the park. Give it another spray, see what happens. Okay, so let's give it a couple primes and see if it restarts on its own without needing to prime it with sauce. Yes, it does. Okay, now it should restart since it is hot, technically speaking. And it's not. I had another mower not too long ago like this. A weed eater. And you always had to do this. Every time you want to start it. But the good news is, The good news is it runs just fine. But let's see if we can fix the startability issue. So I guess let's crack into that carburetor and see what's going on. But we got another storm moving in, so I'm going to have to put this all back together. And then we'll have to catch up onto it when the storm blows over. All right, I'll see you soon, guys.
Very likely that every time I crack into one of these old Briggs, almost guaranteed 100%, I'm going to need a new gasket. So, I'm going to have to just either make up a bunch or buy a bunch. One or the other. I'll probably make up a bunch because then it's cheaper. 3/8. So,
Yes, I can. I will bite and pinch.
okay, so bite and pinch. Thank you, Mr. Pinch, or little Mr. Pinch. There. Oh, Mr. Pinch holds that. Fuel line clamp off. The clean out. Okay, well, I just lost one camera because apparently it overheated, which, whatever. That's fine. I'm going to pull apart this carburetor. I'm going to do it off camera because honestly I don't see too much reason to suspect that there's anything going on in here. I mean, it was running the engine just fine. But if I do find any kind of gummies or anything like that, I'll make sure to turn the camera on. This way I can highlight them to you and you can see the awful gummies. Anyway, guys, I'll see you shortly when I go to reassemble this. See you soon. Okay, so the carb's all clean. I had to change the gasket on it, unfortunately. The bowl gasket. And I had to change the needle seat, which part numbers will be listed in the description below. I also had to make an air intake gasket, which we already knew about. So, let's get the air intake gasket on the air intake. Where's that little hole? It's there. So the gasket's going to go just like this. It's got the primer breather hole. O-rings there, which is good. So now all we got to do is put the carburetor back on, which is 2 3/8 bolts. I've got the blade off and sharpened, so we'll reattach that. 35 degrees Celsius, or in freedom units, it's like 95 or 96 degrees. I think I like the sound of 35 better than 95. 95 just sounds terrible. Fuel line on. Thank you, Mr. Pinch. You're welcome. Next, let's get this guy on. Fuel line clamp. Maybe. There we go. Okay, Mr. Pinch. You can let go now.
Okay. Much better.
Thank you, Mr. Pinch.
You're welcome.
Okay. Fuel is now flowing. At present, doesn't seem to be anything happening. That's good. That's a really good sign. So no fuel's dripping. Either that means that fuel's not flowing, or there is fuel, which there is. Good. Didn't leak out. Mr. Pinch did a great job.
Thank you. I always do. Good job.
Yes, you do, Mr. Pinch.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Right, so now, make sure. There. That looks good. Let's get the air intake on. I believe that's 3 5/16 there. Oops, I think I just pushed the gasket off. Darn it. Let's try that again. There we go, we'll try this again now. Hose first, breather. Then, first one started, second one started. Make Now, I'm just going to double check, make sure when I prime it, fuel comes up. I'm not sure if fuel's coming up. So what I'll do is I'll first give it a prime. This way I can make sure that the carburetor still runs the engine. Let's see. Oh yeah. It's a little slow. Oh wait, I got the blade on. Whoopsie. I'm really impressed with how easy it started without a blade though. So let's quickly get that blade on. There's the blade. We're just going to pop it back on. 9/16. To be honest with you, I'm actually surprised this started without the blade on. Then again, that is Tecumseh that uses the blade really as a flywheel because it uses a lightweight flywheel. Where's those lineup pins? I know this thing has them. Pins are in. I'll hold it in place and screw it in. Set it to maximum, put it on. And it's on. Let's try that again. Okay, she won't start. Let's try priming it. Give it a try. I don't think it'll start though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to replace that. Do a better gasket. I don't think that one works. Let's try it again. Let's try starting it again. Two backup microphones that are running, so hopefully I got my voice. Anyway, looks like I'm going to have to pull off that air intake, make a new gasket, and we'll try again. But let's fire it up one more time. Yeah, this thing fires up really easy now. Really, really easy. Get pushed out to more people if you like and subscribe. So it's not hard, it's free, and in this world, there's very few things that are free. But liking and subscribing, 100% free. So please hit that like button, hit that subscribe, and let's get back to the video. Okay guys, I'm just gonna pop that air intake, trace out the exhaust, trace out for a gasket, and we'll try again. And then as soon as I come back, and that's all done, we'll start it up, I guess, yeah, we'll start it up, get it nice and warm, change the oil, and I think that's about it for this video then. Oh yeah, I have a feeling it's that guy right there. That little hole's just not making proper seal with that. That's rather unfortunate. No, it should be though. It should be, unless it's warped. The only thing I can think of is that it's warped. The air filter housing. It could be warped, which that would be unfortunate. It could be warped, which that would be unfortunate. Okay guys, see you soon. Hey guys, so I've got a new gasket made up, and it didn't really work, but I put a second gasket on there, and yeah, fuel's definitely squirting up. So let's see if she'll start up. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. No problem. It's working great. Fantastic news. Absolutely fantastic news. Good. So let's begin the reassembly process. We just have the air filter, put the air filter housing back on, or at least the cover, and then
I sharpened the blade, I reinstalled it because we started it and it started without a blade, which is really weird, but it must be a Briggs thing. So yeah, this thing is now as it should be. We just need to change the oil and we just need to put in this air filter. Oh, and the part number. There it is. Here's the part number. Yeah. Oh, that was tough. All right. Well, let's get this open. There we go. All right, so let's fire it up, let it run for a few minutes. Then once the oil is nice and warm, we'll swap it out and put in some fresh oil. So let's give it a couple primes. Let's try her out. We'll let it run for a few minutes, get the oil nice and warm. Then we'll swap out the oil. It's been a few minutes, should be nice and warm. Got a cake pan, so we'll just tip the oil out and dump it into that. Okay, oil dipstick, come on out. Wow, that oil, look at it. It is very, very black. I don't think this thing has ever seen an oil change. That is terrible. I'll show you. Hey, look at that. That's basically tar. I know we looked at it earlier and I said that I was expecting dinosaurs to come crawling out. Well, I really am. Like, this is like crude oil. It's almost like it just came out of the ground. All right, let me move this over a little. And we'll tip it. I hope. Maybe. And, oh, I'm going to hit the camera. That's not good. Got to move it a bit more. Make sure everyone can still see. Looks like we can all still see. I also have this camera, which sees everything. Okay, so let's dump this out. Hopefully I'm not going to hit the camera again. And I'm going to hit the camera. Okay, I'm just gonna dump. Good. Now we shouldn't have an issue dumping the oil. Nope, not gonna hit the camera this time. Perfect. All right, so let's start it up again. You know, with no oil in it so we can destroy it. No, we're not going to do that. That would be just silly. Now we'll add 500 milliliters, or I guess it depends on what we're talking about. It's 16, sometimes it'll say 18 ounces of oil. So let's go with 500 mil, and this is 16 ounces, which, whatever. But I believe it's more somewhere along the lines of 18 ounces of oil into the engine. No messes, no messes. Oh, I'm making a mess. Oh no, I can hear Greta. How dare you? How dare you? Not too bad, Greta. How dare you? There. Yeah. Perfect. Good stuff is in. Wipe up my mess. Oh, look how nice and shiny it makes it look. Let's just wipe that oil all over it. Make it super shiny. Oh boy, it's gonna look like it's a brand new engine. No, it's not. What are you talking about? Brand new engine. This thing's ancient. They don't make these anymore. This is a 2012 model. Think so? Something like that. 2012. Looks like a 2012 model. It's got the rust of a 2012 model that wasn't well cared for. Or, at least the body anyway, wasn't really well cared for, but it doesn't matter. I'm not too worried what model year this is. But it's definitely not an MTB product, because it's a Craftsman 944. Well, we're slightly over full. Barely. Just barely. So, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. We'll fire it up and see if it's smoked. Well, it'll burn out the rest of the oil. So not a big deal. Come on, handlebars. There we go. Right. There we go. Whew. It is a scorcher already today, guys. My goodness. It's actually the next day because it got way too hot yesterday. I had to go back inside and just say, you know what? I gotta call it quits. Just for the day. It was really bad. Okay, so let's... Yeehaw. That is great. Absolutely great. So, okay, guys, it's really not that hard. Even if you don't change it every season, at least every second season. And your oil should not look like, your oil should never look like this. This is just black, burnt, full of carbon, full of exhaust gases. It is just a horrible thing to do. This actually will cause it to lose its viscosity.
That's why Castrol GTX provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown.
And, well, you've ever heard of thermal breakdown? Well, this is what happens with thermal breakdown. And eventually it comes to the point where it's no longer lubricating. It's almost like you're just running water in it. And honestly, maybe it'll help cool it a little, but it certainly will not lubricate. Anyway, guys, that's it for part one, which is the Brayton Stratton engine, and we'll get started on part two shortly. I just got to clean up and get all set up, and then I'll record part two, which will be uploaded at a later date. So that's it for this one today, guys. We got another mower running, although this one, no, I'm not going to be cutting the grass with this. There's no demonstration of it cutting the grass because that's got a big hole in it, and honestly, if I hit any kind of rocks, there's the potential that it could just go straight through that deck, and I really don't want to do that. It's not safe. If there's any kind of perforations in the deck, especially at the back where you're walking, you do not want to run that mower at all. If the perforations are at the front, it's not terrible, but I still don't recommend it because that metal's pretty compromised, and it's a really bad spot right by the wheel. So you have to form the metal around it, and why bother? Just replace the deck. They're really not that expensive. You can easily find many mowers of this type and just swap the engine, or even just buy another mower and keep this engine as a spare. Why not? But anyway, guys, catch you in the next one. So there we go, guys. Another one done. Nothing special at this one. Just needed a basic carb clean, although to be honest with you, the carburetor ran the engine just fine, so maybe it's just a little bit of warpage on the air intake, and that's why it just wouldn't prime and let it start from. That hole in the deck is really bad, though. Like that's not good at all, and it's actually cracked. So I would never recommend running a mower like this. That's just dangerous. But anyway, guys, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot I did that. Placed a stupid E3 with a proper NGK, so hopefully that lets this mower run a little bit better. We'll see, we'll see. Anyway, guys, spark plug off for safety. Maybe.
How dare you?